Good morning. Sorry I had to get the stream started a little late today. Hey, good morning, Tommel. Definitely no problem at all. Okay, so the data came out somewhat mixed today. Overall, it was hawkish data. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining. But let me pull it up on my end. Did we not have GDP data coming out today? I swear today we were supposed to have some GDP data. But I am not seeing it. Anyway, the data is somewhat mixed because the NFPs, the non-farm payrolls, they came in pretty low. But the unemployment rate dropped to 4.2%, which we talked about, and the U6 unemployment rate dropped to 7.9%. Hourly earnings rose up 0.1%. Initial jobless claims still elevated. The participation rate did drop slightly, which is dovish, and then the, non-farm payrolls came in very dovish. The previous number was 129,000. The forecasted amount was going to be 114,000. It only came in at 57,000. So basically half of what the forecast was expecting. So that's going to be fairly dovish for the market. Now, with that said, we do see that TLT is, selling a little bit in the pre-market. That's very likely due to the yields rising based off of the data sets. So let's go ahead and take a look at the yields really quick. Okay, let's see. So the yields did drop on this data. 30-year is rising after that initial drop though. Hmm. What about the 10-year? So I think people saw the non-farm payrolls drop the yields down, and then they're kind of looking at the rest of the data now. We'll see what's going on with the yields in a little bit, but this will tell a large story of the day if we continue to see the yields pull upward. But the thing is, we're seeing the short end of the curve not pulling upward too much, like the 1 year barely pulling up currently, the 3 month not pulling up at all. So that's interesting. So for SPY, yesterday we hit 749.50, and that means that we did close a cup, so I want to mark this really quick. I know the screen looks ugly for a second. So I'm going to put that down to the 44. But this is really important, so because we did close this cup, okay? And from closing this cup, we see we have an additional smaller cup here. So what does this turn into? Basically a cup and handle. But on this nested cup, we are also expecting a handle to continue pushing upward. So we should definitely pull down a little bit today. And then from that pull down, we'll try to find a good quality time to buy calls. We'll make sure to watch what's going on with the VVIX. We do have the dollar pulling down fairly heavily. I mean, it was basically yesterday up at 101. It's currently at 177. And by 101, I mean 101.60, so a lot closer to the 102 side. We did have this very minor bounce in TLT, which is the 20-year Treasury Bond ETF. I have it on the list now just so that we can, keep track of what's going on with the land of the treasuries. But we had TLT pull up to 85.70 and then drop back down. This is kind of showing the same thing that we saw with the treasury yields where they all pulled down, very aggressively, and then they're slowly starting to trickle back upward. Kind of the same thing we're seeing with TLT, just in the inverse. See this pull upward and then trickle back down. Oil is doing super good in terms of, continuing to melt. Very happy about that. Semiconductors here have some of the same structure going on. Smaller cups, larger cup. Out of the larger cup we should see a handle. So we're going to, I don't want to mark that. I just kind of want to identify that there is a cup there. So again, the handle can pull down quite a bit before we see buying. We see the same thing out of QQQ. Which again, this handle has looked kind of exaggerated to the side. However, it still holds all of the quality liquidity we need to pull upward. So if we get our upward buying today, we have a couple different ranges on QQQ. We have that 739, followed by that 745. I don't really expect that today, but that's just kind of on the cards. If the market wants to take the data poorly, then we do technically have a head and shoulders built here. And so we can start targeting that 705. Sorry, I'll check chat in just a minute. We have literally a couple seconds until market opens. Which that would be that left shoulder, the head, right shoulder. I'm gonna hide this cup and handle on SPY, or at least make it super skinny, just so that everybody could see. And we go to our 5-minute time frame. Now the HIG opened at 79.74, so technically that is bullish. Remember we had a 30 cent or 36 cent dividend on the HIG, so technically this is up at like 80.06, 80.11, something like that. VVIX, we'll see about in a couple minutes here. Semi is pushing into the lower Bollinger. Could create a buying opportunity. Same with QQQ pushing to the lower Bollinger. SPY has not, but we are seeing the ADL pick up. Volatility is at 87.97, so it opened at 88.03. So if we see a continuation downward in the volatility, that will tell us that we're going to head upward. The HIG is selling a little bit currently, which is somewhat concerning. It's kind of hard to take calls on SPY up here when we're only $1 away from the upper Bollinger. And we're going to check the gamma. So there is a call wall at the 750 and a put wall at the 746 or 745, excuse me. Which is telling us so far that we are going to range in between this area very likely for a while. So that's kind of what we have to contend with. Good morning, good morning. Um, let me check what contracts I want to watch list. I really don't want to trade SPY today unless we see something super clear open. Because again, with how the data was today, we had both kind of bullish and bearish data. Now, I am seeing a lot of sells coming in through the SPY here. But we're seeing strong ADL. Volatility is pulling down. It's at 87.67. We're seeing the Higgs starting to buy back upward again. Seeing semiconductors starting to buy back up again. So if you're wanting to target calls, I would definitely target that 750 range. Just have to be very cautious because there is a call wall, which I'll do this instead of this big box here, and a put wall right there. We'll make a note. And I'll update this throughout the trading session so that everybody can kind of see the gamma. So with the call wall being there, that means that very likely we're going to hit that range and then kind of bounce to the downside. Not always, but usually when we have the call and put wall set up like this, that's usually trying to tell us that the market wants to trade in between this range for the day, and that we're going to try to close between these levels. That is not always the case. Sometimes we can break above one of the walls, and then we kind of need to contend with people just tossing in a whole bunch of calls above that, which sometimes can shift that wall to the upside. But basically my expectation is right now that we're going to push up towards this range, reject it, and then start trading downward. So the USD JPY has been pulling down, which is slowly helping our FXY positions. Let's see what FXY is even at. Oh, it's at 57. That's welcoming. Been a while since we've seen it at that level. My ACN calls are absolutely just rockets right now. My July 17th 130 calls are up 227%. I really like this trade a lot. I don't know if I gotta explain it on stream, but whenever I see trades where the stock dumps like massively, 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 which we'll just pull up ACN anyway, just to kind of show this. Let's go to the daily. About 2 weeks ago, a little longer than that, let's say 3 weeks ago, we were at the 197. There was earnings here, had us pull down massively. But the earnings wasn't bad. We had a different earnings call like yesterday or the day before, which ended up being super bullish for the stock. But I started buying in at that 118, almost the exact bottom. But I've been loading up the 150 and the 130 calls, and so far they're absolutely blasting off. But I like when stocks do that, because usually it creates a really nice buying opportunity. Now for the SPY here, we should, almost fully expect this 749.50 to hit. And also my ACI positions are doing super well. So I'm going to update the gamma again just to make sure we're seeing everything clearly. Yep, still have the call wall at 750, have the put wall at 745. I don't want to add to the HPQ calls just yet, just because the price action has not been working very well with what we've been expecting. But I do want to look at the HIMS puts today, because today is the Upper Bollinger Day 2, which that is always the time that I short. So our current puts are the July 17th 29 strike. I want to get a couple for that 32 strike. So let's go ahead and try to put an order in at 65. Did not hit. Let's move it to 0.67. I'll type this contract out in chat that I'm taking. Okay, cleared it at 71. Okay, so it is the HIMS. I'll take a look at SPY in just a second. I know we're watching SPY, but looking at a couple other positions really quick. Okay, so that's a position I took on HIMS. Now we're still seeing volatility holding a fairly low level of the day. We did talk about fully expecting this range. Now we are at this range, which is slightly above that call wall. I am expecting the market to pull down. So I am going to target some of these 748 puts here. Now for these puts, I am simply wanting to ride down to the 20 month on the 5-minute time frame. That is currently at the 748.04. Mark this in red since it is a put. And I'm going to set my conditional order slightly above that 20 mo. So I want to target that 748, probably 25 range. So I will set a conditional order. So 748, 25. Okay, and those puts should be good. We're not exactly seeing strong selling signals, but we are seeing, this is a cup closing, which I do believe this is a larger cup closing as well, up at that 750.22. So I'm going to mark this. But usually with the call wall being up at that 750, that kind of creates a resistance range where it's in dealer's best interest to push the price down in between, which is really why I'm expecting the market to trade in between these ranges today. And I think today is... No, it's not. Never mind. Now, let's take a look at semis. Let's take a look at QQQ. So, semis on the 5-minute time frame, they've been pulling down quite a bit, which actually can lead to buying. QQQ. At the 20 MA, but that can lead to buying as well. Still fine with our positions currently. Let me check the gamma on QQQ and semis really quick. So QQQ has a call wall at the 7:30, put wall all the way at the 7:15. So it kind of really expands our downside. Let's see, semis. Just call wall at the 607.5 and a put wall at the 585. So again, potentially a lot of downside. But we do see a lot of bullish structure going through the market right now. Volatility basically at the low of the day. Now I want to look at the hourly time frame really quick. So the thing is, if we stay above this call wall, that's going to be, really important, because that means they're basically not respecting the call wall. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Technically have closed this range here. Now we hit that literally to the penny. Which means that that is a very large cup. We're going to delete the smaller one. Going to delete that. And we did break out of the selling channel. So we have a little bit for semis to hit their call wall. But I will be taking an additional put into this in a couple minutes here. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and add an additional put. Now again, we still can push up a little further, but we still have our call wall and put wall holding these ranges. I do think that the dealers will try to pull the market down into that. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because now that we have this very large cup formed, all the way to over there somewhere, we'll just put it right there, but it's right there. But with this cup being formed, and we can delete this larger inverse cup and handle now that it has fully broken out. But anyway, for the third time, with this cup formed, what do we expect at the top of a cup? Bearish structure. And the reason why we expect bearish structure is again to create a handle downward to pull upward. So now that we close that cup at the 751.04, we should be expecting some downside here, which for today, that could absolutely cause us to sit in this range that I've been talking about, where we pull down below that 750 range and trade above the 745 and basically close in there somewhere. So that's the thesis. I did enter an additional put up here. And we're looking for the 20 mile. Now the 20 mile is currently at the 748.40 or 57, excuse me. So I'm going to move the conditional orders up to 748.77. I will keep a contract as a runner. For drip, when do you think the best time to close out the position? Sorry, I'm reading two things at the same time. Um, we're gonna find a time next week. We don't want to close it out on a red day. If we see oil continue pulling down today, then it should, um, cause drip to have a little bit of a pop upward. But we don't want to close it on a red day. We do want to try to get that 740, 750 range, or excuse me, the 540, 550 range. I'm currently in puts. Adding to TSLL, I did yesterday, um, or the day before, I can't remember right now, but not currently. We were all the way at the 432 yesterday. Um, we did close a cup basically to the penny. That cup was at the 433.60. We hit the 432.86, so a little bit off that range. But I do think the liquidity is there. But I just want to be patient with TSLL right now. You should absolutely hold your TQQQ call, yes. Especially with all the upside we've been seeing over the last few sessions. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete this box. Don't need it for now. Going to delete that, and we're going to delete that because we don't really need all these lines on the screen. So I want to check volatility. Has pulled up very, very slightly. It was at the 87.05. It's currently at 87.25. Doesn't really mean a whole lot yet. The HIG was at 79.79. Currently at 79.77. Doesn't mean a whole lot just yet. Now for QQQ, there is a call wall at the 7:30, which I want to write a note. Which means that my expectation is that we're going to pull below that. But there's still a very valid case of pulling all the way up to the 731.33, forming bearish structure, then heading downward. The call wall on semis is at the 607.5. So we'll mark this out as well. Volatility still pulling down. But I really am expecting this call wall to kind of hold some weight here. So that's why I'm not tossing the puts yet. I do think we have a pretty good case of seeing some major downside today. Now we need to see what semiconductors are going to do now that they hit their call wall range. Same with QQQ. We should be seeing a rejection of these ranges, and they're basically all sitting right at that range. Sitting at the call wall, sitting at the call wall, and sitting slightly above the call wall. So we're just waiting for a signal. Currently volatility did drop a little bit further. And the HIG is still holding strong. Sometimes with lower volume, so let me take a step back. Some of the largest trading days we've seen, over the last 4 or 5 years now, have been some of the lowest volume days. So when the volume's really low, it gives people with money a lot of power to push the market around where they want. Not always the case, um, but some of the largest buys to the upside we've seen on absolutely terrible volume days. Some of the largest sell-offs we've seen have been on absolutely terrible volume days. Um, so it just depends. Um, Yep, we should basically, if we hold this 750, then we should be seeing bullish consolidation up here, um, which can last the entire session. Okay. I don't really expect that. I expect these others, which we're actually seeing right now, we're seeing the bounce downward from QQQ off that call wall. Same with semis. So I am expecting this to kind of hit the SPY a little bit as well, where we pull below that range, and then we'll be trading in between this 750 to 745 for the rest of the session. Very likely they're trying to sell some high premium calls up here. Now, I'm not going to say that's the case entirely because obviously I don't know that fully. Um, but usually trying to buy upwards above that call wall is to sell high premium calls. So that's why I'm perfectly happy with just holding the puts currently. Sold the TQQQ puts, I want to say on Monday, if I remember correctly. It's either Monday or Tuesday. Um, but yes, I went ahead, sold those. We'll be setting up some additional um, TQQQ puts and calls when we get towards either the upper Bollinger or the lower Bollinger, on QQQ. We are close to the 20 MA. If we do pull back to the 20 MA, then that would be a position to, take an additional strangle. That's basically what they're called. Getting out of the money, long dated duration calls and puts that are basically equal weighted so that if we pull upward, we'll gain premium on those as those run at the money slash in the money, or, vice versa with the puts. Therefore, July 17th, correct? I would say try to wait on trying to sell those puts again because we do have, a lot of potential for further downside. Again, we have not completed a larger cup here yet. It's looking like we're going to, but I do think that there's a case where we can pull down. Especially now that we're starting to see the Bank of Japan starting to intervene on the yen again. Potentially that can cause quite a bit of selling in the market. So go ahead and hold the put currently. Starting to get below our call wall level, potentially here. The market doesn't want to spite me. The new HIMS puts are doing very well so far. Yep, absolutely. Just have to hold above this call wall, and we can definitely take some upside targets. We are seeing the Higgs starting to pull down a little bit. Not much, but a little. Volatility is still pretty low on the day. It's at 86.99. I want to look at the 1 minute time frame here. Looking to be closing a cup here. We also have the ADL supporting the upside buying so far. But again, I'm still going to be holding my puts here. This still can be a handle out of semiconductors, but it also can turn into this inverse cup as well. if we see continued selling. So we'll be watching for that. Just want to mark that out. QQQ did not close this cup here. SPY structure is kind of all over the place because we had this cup formed, and then we were looking to form the handle, but it invalidated the cup. So from that means that, okay, potentially we're going to see this turn into a cup, you know, heading up all the way to that 751.31. But if we reject that, then that becomes bearish structure. Potentially closing this inverse cup on QQQ. Our volatility is pulled down massively still. It's at 86.33. Higgs slowly starting to pull down. So many conflicting signals. But if we do start selling, seeing some actual selling taking place, then volatility will pick back up. Now semis need to hit this 593.49. If we see that, that'll create some micro bearish structure. Same with QQQ if we hit the 723.87. I still stick by my thesis that they're trying to sell high AV calls up here and then pull the market down. Just because we're seeing some of that structure on semis and QQQ being invalidated. But that can change very quickly. But I do think if we can break this call wall, it will definitely create some of that downside selling. My puts are holding weight fairly steadily too. Oh, that's because we're pushing down a little bit. So again, I'm still just looking for this first initial target at the middle Bollinger. I will ride the runner puts and try to get all the way down to the lower Bollinger. Will that happen today? Not sure. But I do know that if we stay below this call wall, which is at that 750, then again, like we talked about, we should be trading between the put wall and the call wall, meaning that 745 to the 750. So we should be ranging in between here for the rest of the session. Do see a small inverse cup closed here. Well, not all the way. I thought it did. We still need to hit the 749.68, which is about to be hit any second. Yep, it caught a hit. Inverse cup closed. The middle Bollinger's at the 749.11. So we're going to set our conditional order to the 749. Let's just say 21. So now that we close the cup, that inverse cup should expect a small push upward for the handle, back into the downside. Volatility is starting to pick up a little bit. The low of the day was 86.32. It's currently at 86.57, which is still super low. Semis have not closed their inverse cup yet. QQQ has not closed their inverse cup yet. But we should get our level here. Seeing semis starting to pull down. The ADL on SPY finally starting to drop a little bit. Now remember, I have my market conditional order set at the 749.21, so it'll take the majority of my contracts, and then I will be holding a few runners just in case we have a, major selling day. But overall, we are trading into bullish structure, okay? So even though I am kind of expecting us to have a range day today, which we do have to be cautious of, um, it still means that we can find support at the 20 mile here and buy back upward. Okay, that could be a very real potential. So don't just assume that just because we have a call wall that the market can't buy above that range. It absolutely can. So we'll be watching everything. If we see volatility start pulling down again, if we start seeing semiconductors buying again, then those will all be signals that, okay, we're going to very likely bounce off of that 20 mile. Semiconductors, however, formed the inverse cup here, so we should expect a slight pull to the upside to form the handle downward if we're going to continue down on the day. The HIG is still holding strong. QQQ still has about another dollar to lose here to close that inverse cup, which this actually turns fairly fairly bearish because that turns into a double top. Okay, we hit our level. Got some nice profits on those puts. And we are holding the runner. And this is why we hold the runner. So we are looking for the lower Bollinger here. Okay, lower Bollinger is at the 746.50, which would be aligning very well with kind of the expectations of selling high IV calls at the call wall, pulling down to the put wall, and selling high IV puts at the put wall. Okay. That's kind of the thesis right now. And we're going to stick with it. So we should be seeing the range on the day just expanding from upside to downside, upside to downside, upside to downside, while they continue to milk selling calls on the upside, puts on the downside. Now we do have the 747.08. Okay, that will close a very large inverse cup here on the 5-minute time frame. So I will be taking some profits at that range as well. So I will be setting a MCO to the 747.13 basically right now. No, 748. I meant 730. 747, I can't talk. So market conditional order. $747. What did I say? 13. And that's what we're going to look for. And after that range, if we have any additional puts, I'll only have one if, we pull down all the way to that 747.13. But I'll try to hold that additional put for the lower Bollinger. So very happy with this trade so far. We're going to mark these as green because it went extremely well. And if we can hit our next level, that'll work extremely well. Timmy No Breaks, so happy you're here. Very welcome. Very glad that you were able to get that. Now we are seeing semis melt pretty hard here. If they really want to melt hard, they can go all the way to the 585. But remember, there is a put wall there. So if we do go down to that range, we shouldn't be down there for very long at all. Now I'm still just holding these final puts here because again, we did have semis pull down very heavily. This means that we should be seeing some upside before that continuation of the downside. QQQ, kind of the same thing here. We closed a very large inverse cup, much further than I expected. But we also have the 71945 to contend with now. So from these large inverse cups closing, we should be seeing some buying to the upside before continuing downward. But I'm still going to be looking at this 747.10 range. Oh, I got it perfect where I want my stop. So I will be looking for that 747.13 to close this large inverse cup and potentially start building a head and shoulders. So hopefully everybody's having a great day so far. Everybody that held on to the puts with me should have been able to profit on those. Yeah, you're very welcome. Absolutely. Now our volatility is dropping slightly. Did pull up to the 87. It's currently at the 86.65. We are seeing semis hit that put wall range, which I want to mark in red. And actually want to write that this is a put wall. So it semis hit that call wall almost to the T, rejected. QQQ basically same thing, pulled slightly above it, but had a massive rejection to the downside after. The new HIMS puts are doing super well, but that doesn't mean a whole lot just yet. Looking for our exit at that 747.13. Then I'll just have a single runner put just in case we pull all the way down to the 746. Now we're not going to set up some longer dated trades this week just because it's the holiday. I kind of don't like taking longer dated positions on the holiday, just because we have less control over what we can do. But we will be setting up some better trades next week as well. Um, I haven't had time to update the Google Sheet because I've just been feeling sick all week and having a super busy week on top of that. So I will get that updated very likely today. Yeah, I don't want to trade SanDisk puts. They're so insanely expensive. You can make some absolutely killer money, but they are very, very, very hefty. For me, I like to take, how do I explain this? If I had the opportunity to take two 750 puts or four 749 puts, I'd rather take the 749 puts if I see the target being hit. Um, because that way I'll have four contracts. It gives me more room to maneuver, gives me more room to exit on deeper profit ranges and stuff, which is why I really don't like the big contracts as much. But it's also because I'm a mean reversion trader, which means that I really like to buy against the tide of what's going on. So if I see the market not normal, I like to take positions against the current outlook of the market. So when things are super bullish here, that's when I get bearish. When we turn super bearish, that's when I get bullish. Just unfortunately how I trade. Well, I shouldn't say unfortunately. Um, I should say fortunately, because I make a lot of money doing this. But at the same time, it can be scary holding some of these positions in some of these ranges. Like when we were up here, for example, seeing that this was potentially forming a small cup to the upside, that potentially we could be running all the way to the, 753. We saw volatility still pulling down pretty much when we were at the top. We saw the HIG buying upward. We saw a lot of signals telling us that we could still be heading upward. Um, so it's a little difficult in situations like that, but I did see the call wall. I know that the put wall is at the 745, which, again tells me that very, very likely dealers were trying to sell people at that range. Selling people meaning setting up CCs, having people buy into really high IV calls, trying to chase this momentum. Um, that kind of creates the perfect conditions from a dealer point of view to, sell the market down. When it goes to the put walls, are you taking calls? Yes, I am. That's exactly how you trade it. So say things get super bearish, we start pulling down all the way to that put wall. We're going to say, okay, time to flip the switch and become bulls, because very likely that's going to turn into a bullish upside. I really like those hymns puts, so they should do well. The other ones were doing well. I'm still holding them. Um, they were doing super well, but then hymns either had earnings or some sort of forecast or something, um, where someone big mentioned a price range of like 165 to 175, um, which caused him to run like $6, $7 during that period. So a little salty about that, but I can't really change that. Kind of the duality of playing some of these other symbols is that a certain news event or a certain whatever can definitely influence the stock very heavily. Come on, give us our level. Now our MCO at this 747.13 should hit any second now. Come on. There we go. Okay, so runner puts did insanely well. And now we hold the final runner put to the lower Bollinger. Lower Bollinger is at this 646.17. So one thing we do have to be very, very cautious of is this 744.01. I'm surprised I nailed that to the penny. It's always so hard to do that with those candles. Anyway, 744.01. If that breaks, what happens here, everybody? This large cup gets invalidated. Okay. Um, so I don't think we're going to head down to the 744.01 today. I think that'd be an extremely deep move, and it would take actual sellers to push volatility to that range. I don't think we're having that type of day. But I do expect it to pull down towards this put wall a little bit. So before we go fully bullish, we want to make sure there's a stop coming to this selling, okay? But we nailed these trades today. Super happy about it. Current P&L is at 4,380. I was up at 6,000. But last Monday I had a bit of a mess up, overtraded, traded into heavy consolidation, and basically every single trade that I took that day went straight south. Um, so I had a very hard week last week. Okay. Um, pulled the account down all the way to 2,800. So currently at this 4,300, I'm very happy about that. We'll get it back. That's the thing. That's the important thing is that when you have a really big loss, because it's going to happen to everybody in your trading careers, is that when you have a really big loss, you need to be able to step back, kind of just slow down and say, okay, what am I going to do to focus on recovery without just revenge trading? Um, and that's what I've been doing. I've been doing a lot of smaller trades that I see, that I have a lot of conviction in. Not trying to force anything. I'm focusing on building up a larger cash position at this point, um, after taking that hit, so that I could just really, really focus on um, rebuilding back to the 5,000, getting and, continuing upward. The one day that I broke my rule of basically no more than $250 exposure into 0DTEs, that was the day that absolutely chopped my portfolio to pieces. So, um, we don't want to do that again. Okay? That's the very key point here. Is that we don't want to have that happen again. So we're going to focus on just very, very consistent trades. But I'm not proud of it. It happens. Have to be real about it. In fact, go ahead and see the P&L and everything again. So we're just waiting for our downside to fully hit here. We should get a push into the lower Bollinger. That'll be a great opportunity to tack on some calls. Just waiting for our level. Now, volatility has been rising. It was at the low of 86.32, currently at 87.81. So that has been pulling up fairly steadily. Now, the HIG, it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, yes, there's a little bit of selling in here, but you have to remember the HIG had that 36-cent dividend. Okay, so um, technically we should be at like 100 or 80.11, excuse me, um, which is higher than what we've been at for quite a while. So the HIG is actually doing fairly okay right now. Another thing I want to focus on with some of the dated positions is if I have a really high conviction in that trade, I want to be adding additional contracts to that rather than only just the few that I am taking. Really good example of this, which kind of makes me upset. I bring this up a lot because I was fully wanting to take these calls um, a few weeks ago or last week sometime, but I wanted to take these back when they were, super, super cheap. Um, these things ran insanely, insanely hard. They ran all the way from this. It says 91, but I swear it was at 36. I could be mistaken though. Um, but I was wanting to take two of these calls. So they ran from 0.91, it's saying, all the way to 1070, which, would be going from $91 all the way to 1070, which is, pretty good for a call just for a week out. And it still has, a few weeks in the actual position, so people might see an entire breakout above that range too. So I kick myself over that one a little bit because the portfolio right now would very easily be above 6,000. I've been trading for many, many years now. So I have many watch lists. I have easily over 600 something symbols that I look through. And what I do is I apply my rules to, the daily slash weekly time frame. And I look for, trades that align with that. That also align with entire sectors where I'm seeing kind of that same signal. So we can go over sometime. We can go over that in class sometime. So I'm going to delete this head and shoulders because we all know this is a bearish structure. But basically, I'm only looking at symbols that I've, traded in the past or had a interest in trading before. Well, let's take a look at hymns. Okay, so this is kind of one of those trades that I'm looking at. So someone in chat tell me if SPY drops to 745, okay? Because I want to pull PIMS really quick. So what I do is I look on the daily time frame. Okay, I say that one, I'm a mean reversion trader, meaning that I'm looking for positions that are outside of the upper Bollinger or the lower Bollinger. In this case, the upper Bollinger. And why do I look for those positions? Because generally, it causes price action in the other direction. Looking for this to sell. This one had some pretty deep selling. And the same goes for the buying side. Look for the day 2 lower low of the bottom Bollinger, and then this becomes a really nice buying opportunity all the way up to that upper Bollinger, which could have been held longer, but so that's just kind of a little example of what I do. Um, but I also look at what the healthcare sector is doing, um, things like that, what other symbols are doing in tandem with this. So like Eli Lilly, I'd be wanting to look at that because that's him's biggest competitor. Um, would look at Novo Nordisk, things like that. So that's a little bit of how I trade those. Yep, exactly. I'm looking for basically when the car's off the road. Okay, if the car's off the road, then does the market want to do? It wants to pull back on the road, be in between the Bollingers, and trading in between that range. Um, so that's exactly how I trade. With 0DT, it is a little more difficult because you can have the Bollinger really, really extend because, for example, say the 5-minute upper Bollinger is being pushed, but the hourly upper Bollinger isn't being pushed, or in this case it is, but let's just pretend it's not. Well, what happens when the hourly upper Bollinger decides to extend and push very heavily? Okay, well, on the 5-minute time frame, that's just going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing and really not giving you a quality exit. So that can happen on the 0DT stuff. So we have to be a little cautious with that. Um, but I'm going to start marking out the call wall and put walls because I feel like that's going to help people a lot. Being able to see that from a dealer perspective, where where do they want to keep the market? Very, very likely in between these two ranges. Okay, so that gives us a much better idea that, yeah, we're having an overextension right here. Very likely. Very likely puts above this range are going to pay out. Very likely calls below this range are going to pay out very well. So at this point, we're just waiting for a entry on the buy. We're not taking calls yet because our volatility is telling us not to. The HIG is seeing a little buying, which that can definitely turn into something, so don't count that out. Technically, we did not push into the lower Bollinger, we just tapped the level, so really not what I'm looking for an entry. We had a super nice trade setup today, though. Oh, let me say bye to my daughter really quick. Alright, sorry about that. Um, yes, Jin, that's how you do it. So if you're trading 0DT, of course, then you're gonna look at the gamma for the 0DT. Sometimes it helps to have the, 1 DTE gamma being checked, but for what we're really doing here, I feel like the 0DTE just fits it so much better. So basically at this point, I'm out of all of my puts. I'm just waiting for an entry into calls if I see a good opportunity. I really want to see the market push down as close to that put wall as possible. Ideally slightly below it. So how's everybody's trading session been so far? Everybody's so quiet today, besides Jin. We can delete that range. Do have this Head and Shoulders. That came out ugly. Hold on. It looks off, but the Head and Shoulders liquidity is still there. Okay, we're having a very good push down. So I am looking for the market to push underneath the 745, okay? But at the same time, I'm looking underneath the 745, but above the 744. Okay, because I don't want to be taking call contracts into a very, very large inverse cup. Okay, if we hit the 744, that invalidates the previous bullish cup we've been working with. So we want to be below this range, but above the 744. Okay, that's kind of the game plan here. I'll take a look at semis. Um, haven't had a chance to specifically look at those. I'll write them down. I might take a look after we get our calls. Okay, so let's see here. I wrote those all down. Now for our call entry, let's see what semis are doing. They're pulling pretty largely below that put wall. which is telling me that there's a large likelihood that they try to buy that upward. So I definitely want some calls here. I want the, honestly, I want the 747 calls. Let's see how expensive they are. So I'm taking two of the 747 calls here. Now we're not fully out of the woods yet. Okay, our volatility is pulling upward. The HIG is still holding somewhat strong, but it has pulled downward slightly. It's currently at the 79.72. Volatility is at 90.13. For reference, it was at 86.32 this morning. But even on our volatility here, we're pulled very well above the upper Bollinger. Should see semis try to reclaim that range above the put wall. Have to check where the put wall is on QQQ. But I am expecting kind of that same thing to occur as well. Now, what I'm targeting here with these calls is the middle Bollinger. Now, the middle Bollinger will be pulling down as, we slowly start to head upward, or as this consolidates. So don't expect that 748.60 exactly. I'm expecting more towards that 748.30-ish, give or take. But that would set our calls, in the money at that point, since they are the 747s. So what I'm looking for is for volatility to tick downward. I'm looking for the HIG to start buying, which it actually started to buy since we took those calls. And we should see a lot of that weight pushed to the upside. The calls are doing pretty well so far. I only have two of them going, but they're up about $55 currently. And we're going to set our MCO here. So give me a second. Let me actually just get to my positions. So calls, the MCO, we're going to set towards the 748.40. We'll do 748.41. Okay, and that should be good to go. Now I want to look at my ACN positions really quick. ACN is doing super well. Technically my call is actually in the money. Well, one of my calls anyway. So now we wait for our exit. The MCO is 748.41. We might have to pull it down as the 20 mile pulls down. You're very welcome, Chase. So the 20 mile pulled down to 748.52. So I want to move my market conditional order down to 748.31. Now if we end up pulling down underneath the put wall again, I will take an additional call. Volatility's at 90.84. Hig is at 79.74. So ideally they give us a nice push into the 744 here, so that I could take another call. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take another call position right here. Again, I'm kind of expecting the same thing we saw above the call wall today, is that very likely there's going to be a call accumulation going on during this range. I don't expect this to pull all the way back up to, that 750 today. But I do expect a bounce. I do expect towards that 748. So we should be able to secure that. Volatility still ticking upward. So again, that's something we do have to be very concerned about. But our HIG is actually holding fairly strong today, which is giving me the conviction to hold the calls. Now, if we're actually going to get our bounce here, we'll see the HIG buying upward, and we will be seeing volatility drop. Kind of expect both of those things to occur. Now we're gonna set our MCO to, hold on. I want to set it to 70 or 748 03. Can always try to keep with odd numbers. And I do have the additional position to take as a runner if we're going to actually see additional upside from the selling. Volatility is still elevated at the 91.23, but the HIG is at 79.75, so it has been slowly buying. The main thesis that I have is that today should be a fairly range-bound day. With it being range-bound, pulling above the call wall or pulling below the put wall creates conditions for the dealer, the brokerages, to sell contracts that have very high IV, okay, because basically catch people at the worst time, right? Um, which is why we're trying to buy calls below the put wall, puts above the call wall, as long as they align with our upper Bollinger and lower Bollinger, then those are kind of conditions we're looking for to catch this upside. So if I'm correct, then this should bounce up very nicely. If I'm not correct, then the world ends. So I apologize for that. How do I know we'll be ranging today? We had our data this morning, and the data was, I don't really want to say mixed, but it was fairly mixed. We had a bit of dovish data, we had a lot of hawkish data. Um, it's also the beginning of the month. I know yesterday was, but still beginning of the month. Um, beginning of the quarter, a lot of repositioning and things like that. So with the call wall and put wall telling us that we basically have a $5 range in between, um, the top and the bottom, if this is truly the top and bottom, then that's telling us that very likely the dealers are going to try to trade between this range. And they're going to try to trade between this range in a way where they can really milk people at these lower ranges and the upper ranges. So that's kind of how I'm seeing it. Her volatility is pulling down slightly. Our HIG is buying upward. So these calls should be good to go. I want to be up much further than that. I want these calls to go like 50% plus. But we will take what the market gives us, so volatility has been dropping. I want to look at QQQ here. QQQ kind of the same thing. Should see that tapering to the upside. Semis sort of the same thing here. Should see that tapering to the upside and basically the reclamation above the 585. which should be good for our spy. So our calls should be good. Now I'm gonna set the MCO to, hold on. I want to set it to 747.91. And I do have 3 contracts going currently, so I'll, catch additional upside if we're going to get that upside. I think we will though. Our HIG has been holding very strong. Now I want to check the gammas just to make sure nothing has shifted on us. Nope, it's still the same. Let's check QQQ. The call wall and put wall is at the 715, which is interesting. Oh no, that's for 7 DT. I want 0 DT. My apologies. No, this is at 720. And then we have the put wall here. Gonna just delete some of these lines. Then we have our put wall at the so QQQ is a little backwards right now. It's the call wall that's at 715 and the put wall that's at 720, which is a little wonky. But still kind of means the same thing here. But it does give the calls a lot of strength. So that's interesting. Usually you have the call wall on top. But I don't judge. Okay, let's check semis. Semis have the call and put wall at the 575. We'll delete some of these drawings. So we'll make this orange. So it's in between that red and yellow. But for semis, this is telling us that either we're going to have a large break above this range or a large break below that range because the dealers want to take one of these ranges and claim one of these ranges. Now it's very likely they're going to aim for the call side because this morning has been basically nothing but puts. They've already been able to sell a lot of put premium out on the day. So I am leaning towards that bullish thesis here. For a SPY, whatever, we're slowly getting our price action. Um, for QQQ, we see how with the call wall, such an interesting place for a call wall. But basically this means that if we trade below this 715, then this put wall is basically going to be like a massive, massive wall, or massive force against this call wall and against the rest of the equity itself. So usually, again, you generally have the put walls underneath the call walls. But this might mean that they're trying to wipe out this entire range to the bullish upside. Okay. Which would, pay these calls out very well, kind of destroy that level. But if dealers really want to chop things out, they can absolutely just keep us in between this $5 range on QQQ. So we will keep track of that. Yeah, it does seem like sellers are starting to taper out. We see our volatility. It was at the 91.37. It's currently at the 90.67, which is rejecting a really, really key area for VVIX. So that's really important. We're seeing our HIG basically starting to buy to the high of the day. I know you see these large candles here, but the market session opened right in here. Okay. We had a low of the day of 79.71. High of the day is currently 79.79. So this is telling us so far very likely market wants to be bullish. So I think we're going to do really well on these calls. Now our conditional orders are still set to the 747.91. I'm going to say that's still good. But let's go ahead and set it to the 73. So 747.73. Okay, and this will catch this cup right here. But we should see a lot of weight gained out of this trade. Now, after we do find our exit on these calls, that's going to be my 0 DTs for today because I don't want to chop into this for the rest of the session. We've had our very, very solid moves that we've been looking for. And with that, I'm very happy about that. So, if we get our exit that we're looking for, then that's what the 0 DTs will be. I don't want to overtrade on a day where we did very well. We're still seeing all the signals we need to see. So semis are pushing up. QQQ slowly buying upward. The HIG is still at 79.79. Volatility is still pulling downward. So a lot of good signals are going. Just be very patient for our price action. Remember, we have slower volume right now, so our moves are going to be, unfortunately, a bit slower. But as long as we see the HIG holding strong, as long as we see volatility pulling downward, as long as we see semis buying upward and tech buying upward, then those are all good signals. Now we are going to have to make one of our entries on some of these calls here, a lot closer to this 20 ma. Let me look at the 1 minute structure. I'm really thinking they push that 747.83. That looks extremely ideal for an upside cup. Or a cupward cup. But I really like that 747.83. Which means that I'm going to keep my conditional orders at this 747.73. Because I am anticipating buying up to that range. QQQ should be trying to aim for that 720 with a 20 mile retest. Again, I'm just holding my positions here. No reason to stress out yet. Semis are heading back to their call and put wall. So we should see a bounce off that range, unless they want to grab more liquidity underneath it. Volatility still ticking down, technically. So this might just be liquidity. I'm still here, still holding my calls, but I'm gonna be mute for a minute while I drink some coffee really quick. So I'll be right back. Yeah, and this is just chop. I'm not worried about it right now. Alright, I'm back everybody. Sorry about that. So of course the market decides to dump a little bit while I'm gone. Look like it's going to invalidate that cup. Volatility is still elevated, but it's pulling back still. It climbed to the 90-90 basically, pulled back to the 90-83. It was at the 90-58 for a moment. The HIG is still holding strong at the 79-76. The ADL is still looking pretty bad. New low of the day. So if we push towards the 742, then I am going to be taking some additional calls. Now let me go ahead and recheck the SPY gamma. I still have the call wall and put wall at the same spots. So this can still just be accumulation, kind of like what we were seeing up here. So I'm super tempted to take another call here. I think I will. So added in another one of these 747 calls. And then we're going to modify our MCO to adjust the contract amount. But I still want to keep that same range because I still see them potentially taking that. Oops. We do have an inverse cup formed here though. So we do need to break above that 746.73.
Well, to invalidate it anyway. Higgs still holding strong. Volatility is still at that 9083. QQQ sitting at that call wall. Semi is kind of pulling up and down between it. Currently below the call and put wall. And we see our volatility ticking downward slightly. So 90.79. Hig is buying upward and volatility is dropping. So it's at 90.64 now. The Hig is currently at 79.78. It was at 79.77. Now I think we could potentially see buying all the way to the upper Bollinger here, now that it's below the call wall. I think that's very reasonable at this point. So ideally we're going to hit that, what was it, 70 or 747, 73 for MCO, and then potentially head upward. But we have to start getting some buying here. Our volatility has been steadily dropping, so it's at 90.45, 90.42. If semis can reclaim that range above the 575, that's going to be really, really key. Currently it's at 574. QQQ so far is starting to bounce off of that call wall range, which is, like we talked about, we should be continuing to trade in between this range for QQQ. see gold prices today. Would have liked it more if they were red. QQQ did pull below its call wall. Meanwhile, while this is all going on, our volatility is still dropping, which is really just kind of making me think that this is, accumulation for the calls. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm seeing so far. But we need semis and tech to catch support here. Excuse me. Volatility ticking up very slightly. So we want to see some buying probably in the next 20 minutes. Because if not, the theta is going to really start ripping at our calls. Volatility is still pulling down, so it's at the 90.37. It did tick up to the 90.48. The HIG did pull down to the 79.77. It's currently at 79.78. Which makes me think that we will see some buying here soon. QQQ was below the call wall, which was at that 715. Excuse me. But we need QQQ to really reclaim that 715 range and start bouncing up off of it. And we need semiconductors to reclaim the 575 and start bouncing upward off of it. Currently semis are at 571.40, so we have a little room to go on that. But semis move pretty quickly. Now, as long as we see volatility continuing to pull down and the HIG continuing to hold its weight slash buy upward, I'm going to be holding these calls. I'm not going to stress out about being down in them currently or anything else. I'm going to have to get some more coffee soon. I'm falling asleep. I don't want to say it's selling off just yet. Um, Again, even since our last update with volatility, it's pulled down. It was at 90.30 something. It's at 90.29. So this is telling us that dealers are leaving their hedged positions. Okay. Why would a dealer do that? Because very likely upside's coming. So that's the thesis anyway. Now we might be seeing tech trying to accumulate some sales in this range. Um, Not entirely sure about that. We might be trying to see them trying to sell some puts off below this call and put wall for semis and then push upward. Or we could just absolutely just continue just tearing down the rest of the day. But I do want to see the HIG pulling down and volatility ticking upward if this is going to translate into actual selling. Okay, usually you have volatility pulling downward or pulling upward, excuse me, and the HIG pulling downward while we have actual selling going on. Like when we were selling this morning, we saw the HIG pulling downward. We saw volatility jump all the way up to 91.37. So those are selling signals, you know. Um, Currently, we're really not seeing those selling signals. Yes, we're seeing selling within the price action, but our signals are telling us that, you know, there should be a hesitation to this selling eventually. Even now, the VVIX is ticking downward. It's at 90.20. So I'm really thinking that the market's going to try to buy this upward. I'm going to tack on one more call. but that's going to be the final one that I tack on. We now at this point want to see our price action starting to hit. Volatility pulled down even further. It's currently at 90. QQQ is above its call wall again. We just need semiconductors to reclaim that 575. They're currently at 572, 573. Volatility at 89.98. The HIG is at 79.78. So besides our actual SPY semiconductors and QQQ, we're seeing a lot of good signals. We're seeing tapering on the ADL. Tapering on the ADL. Not so much on semis yet, but I do think they'll shift. Now, oil is starting to climb a little bit. It's at 103.37. But I think we're going to nail these calls. So I'm excited for it. Maybe I'll kick myself later in hindsight. Who knows? Volatility's down to 89.79. Just need to see our buying out of semiconductors really above that 575. My average on the 747s are, hold on, let me. My average price is 0.71. And I have 5 of them currently. Slowly seeing semis buying. Just a waiting game at this point. Fairly low volume day. Not the most low volume day, but it's fairly low volume. The Higgs still looking good, volatility still looking good. We just really need to see semiconductors buy. Alright, I'm gonna go get some more coffee, everybody. Hopefully the market doesn't dump again while I'm gone. So I'm just gonna write in here. Let's see, it is 12:20, so let's just say 12:25 p.m. Okay, so I'm gonna grab some coffee really quick. I'll be right back, everybody. Alright, I'm back. Of course the market dumps while I'm gone. Always happens. Anyway, let's see what we got going on here. Oops, didn't mean to move that. So it's important that that broke down because that means that the bullish cup has been invalidated. Make sure we're targeting the right cup here. This was the smaller cup, right in this range. So that got invalidated. If we pull down to the, I don't know why I haven't marked at that. Let me put this to 742.38. If we break below that range, then that will invalidate this even larger cup. So we'll see if they aim for that today. Technically, it's not too far away. But let's see what's going on with volatility here. Volatility largely still has been pulling down on the day. HIG has been chopping, but still this is a very strong equity level. So I kind of am expecting a push to the upper Bollinger. But we do have some work that needs to be done here. Let me just... So that Head and Shoulders worked out. This cup has been invalidated, which is now a double top. That double top gives us a support range down at that 732, but we are below that. So that's not valid. Look on the hourly. Hide the Bollingers. Want to hide that box so I can actually see. So our next major support's at the 547. So 548.33. Which means that I doubt they're going to sell that hard today. That'd be a very extreme sell-off. But with this inverse cup being closed here, also you can see that being a head and shoulders, left shoulder, the head, right shoulder played out very well. With that cup closing, we should be anticipating bullish structure to start forming here. But we don't see it just yet. Now this can be potentially starting to form some inverse head and shoulders. But like I said, there's some work that really needs to be done here. On QQQ, this is kind of that accumulation range that we're still in. I want to check the hourly supports.
Yeah, the next support for QQQ would be at the 705.17, which would still be a long stretch for today, with the market being down as heavily as it is. We are within the hourly lower Bollinger. So potentially they aim to push for the 742.38. That would invalidate that handle or cup, whatever you want to call it. ADL still looking pretty bad. Same with semis and QQQ. Volatility is up at the 89 and 98. Waiting for semis to buy. Because if not, then this structure is telling us that we're going to head down, and this 748.33 is kind of that next downward range. So I still like this accumulation area. Okay, I really do think that um, they're trying to sell high IV puts here. It's basically kind of the exact same thing we were seeing above the call wall today. Hig is still holding strong. I'd be expecting this to be selling off decently if we're gonna really break down. I'd be expecting volatility jumping pretty aggressively as well.
just really need semis to start buying upward to give us the price action and the conviction that we need to head upward. But I want to look at Micron here. Broke that. Low on Micron today is at 968. Could be pushing for that 955. It's not exactly out of range. Also, a Head and Shoulders built on top of it. I am looking for this excuse me, the 742.38 to be hit. There it is. And from that, I want to add some of these 746 calls. But these are the only calls I'll add. I lied, I'll add a couple of the 747s. So these are the last calls we're going to chase today. Because we did buy in this range. And they rejected it. And now I set up a buy down here. So I'm going to delete that. But again, we'll be looking for the middle Bollinger. But in reality, I'm looking for that upper Bollinger today. The upper Bollinger is between the call wall and the put wall. So it would make a lot of sense to hit that range. We did complete the bottom of a really important inverse cup, which also means is that we should be seeing some bullish structure. My ACN 130 calls are up 309%. Which is really awesome. I bought the calls for 215 per, and they're currently at 880. Yeah, I think it's possible, absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't be adding positions if I didn't think it was possible. I think it's extremely possible to pull all the way back up to that 746 range, 747 range. I mean, semis are down currently 5.6%, a whole $34 downside. I definitely think it's possible. They pull up the $10 to be above this call and put wall. And then same for QQQ here. We have the call wall at the 715. Definitely think that they can pull above that range. We're still seeing the HIG holding strong. Volatility slightly elevated, but it has been pulled down quite heavily since the earlier selling within the day. So I think there's a strong case that we can see the upside buying. Seeing a little bit of a jump in the ADL. I think it's very reasonable for the SPY to push above the put wall at that 745. It'd make a lot of sense from a dealer standpoint to sell very high V puts in this range and then push the market upward. And like we talked about even before we saw any of the price action today, that our ranges between the 750 and the 745, very likely we're going to see the market trade slash close in between this range. Which that means that, you know, puts above that range are going to pay and calls below that range are going to pay. That's the thesis anyway. We're seeing Micron bouncing pretty nicely though. It did have a low of 966.67. It's currently at 978. Micron's a really big one to watch because it's pretty much the top weight in SOX, one of the top weights in SPY. So very important to keep tabs on that. Volatility is still somewhat elevated, but not nearly as elevated as it was. Remember, it pulled up all the way to the 91.30 something. It's currently at 89.96. The HIG is still at 79.75. I'll go ahead and recheck the gamma. So the call wall input wall is at the 745 now. So that could be a little bit of an issue. Basically means that the market will close above or below that range. And we have to determine which range it's going to be. Now, I think they'll close above it just because they've been selling a ton of puts in this range. They've had a lot of puts, be written for the entirety of the day. It's very likely they try to rug people and push this upward. Let's check QQQ. Okay, so QQQ has the call wall at 715. The put wall is at 710. Which means that we can trade between this range. Let's check Micron. Nothing really too much with Micron. The call and put walls are far above the price right now. We're still seeing volatility ticking downward, so it's at 89.72. So I really do think this is a accumulation range. Need to see some bullish structure built here. I have to say these ACN calls have just been going absolutely bananas. And that trade still has so much room in it. Bought a lot of the calls at that 118. It's currently 137. Expecting it to push all the way above the 150. Potentially we have a micro cup and handle here. Sorry about that, I had to mute for a little bit. Yeah, I'm watching Micron because it's kind of the top weight in semiconductors right now. SOX is pretty much like 8% Micron, so holds a very, very, very heavy weight in it. Do potentially have this small cup and handle forming. Volatility dropped really hard. Remember it was sitting at that 89, 80-ish range. Dropped all the way to the 89.02. Currently at 89.13. But we keep seeing the market pushing down. Inverse cup there. On the SPY on the 1 minute time frame. Which is not ideal. Volatility's at the 89.23. Micron has an inverse cup as well. They really might be aiming for that 955 today on Micron, which would be pretty absurd. Would be a whole, over $100 move to the downside today. The high of the day on Micron was at 1,064, so very close to $100 downside so far. Now I want to look at our moving averages really quick. So we do have the 5 mil at the 940.91, which means that the upper bounds of that range is at the 942.91. So technically we're sitting on top of the 5 mil. Means technically we can go all the way to the 738, which of course isn't ideal for our position. We could have made a lot off puts today. I mean, we did time the puts perfectly, but there's a whole additional $4 or $5 downside. Now with QQQ, we're still in between that call wall and put wall. So I really don't think they're going to try to break that put wall and push below it. I could be wrong, but it would make a lot of sense from the dealer perspective to buy this range up and head upward towards that call wall, basically invalidating a lot of these puts that get sold, which is good for them. Micron has to go back to the 980 to invalidate this inverse cup here. And I really dislike this call and put wall being at the 745. Kind of really changes things. Rather than having that range on the day between the 750 to the 745, now that top end range has pretty much burnt out. But at the same time, the exact same applies to the downside range too. So it really depends on which side the market's going to choose. Now, obviously right now it looks very likely they're trying to choose this downside. But we still have, with QQQ, we still have this upside and downside range, which is telling us that very likely on tech, the dealers are going to try to close between that range. For semis, we still have a lot of room to reclaim before we're even above that call or put wall, but we're kind of in that same situation where the call wall and put wall are sitting at that same strike, which makes it a little difficult. Now, I'm okay with holding these calls. I am down quite a bit, as you can see, down roughly $340, but I'm okay with that right now. When we have very, very large selling days like this, I will be okay with trying to catch some of the bottom, you know. Because again, there's a very good case for pulling above that range. From the dealer aspect, it makes a lot of sense for them to try to do that. Especially because we have seen selling over the last few sessions towards the end of the day. So I'm going to be patient here. I'm going to hold on for this. But just, letting everybody know potentially we can head to that 5 mod today on the um daily time frame, which is at the 740. So now we do have about, 3 hours left in the trading session. So no, I don't want to be holding these calls the entire session, but I do still want to hold them a little bit. We hit this additional support range, so I'm going to delete that one. Again, that's at the 740.47. Basically hit it at that 740.53.
Still just waiting for our semiconductors. Okay, we're finally reclaiming some ground. Not a lot yet, but a little bit. Now, my kind of goal for these calls that I'm down on is to pull to neutral. I'll take that as a win today. So that's the goal for those. For the 746 calls, I still plan to pull a profit on those. May seem unlikely at this point, but I do think we'll get it. Um, I don't exactly have a time frame on these calls. I just want to see price action working in our direction. Um, I really don't want to break below this 740.37. I think that would be, extremely bad for the calls because potentially we could break down to that 738 today if we're going to fully retest the 5 ball. So that's not ideal at all. Um, I still think there's a very good case for us to pull above this 745. Volatility is pulling downward as well. So it's at 89.01. Was at 88 something for a second there. But basically what we need to see is we need to see Micron buy upward because that will cause semis to buy upward, which will cause QQQ to buy upward, which will cause the SPY to buy upward. So kind of what we're waiting on. I want to look at Micron's news and see why it's actually selling today. Let's see, semiconductor stocks moved lower after the information reported by Anthropic. It's an early stage of work on its own AI chip. Oh, okay, I see. And held talks with Samsung as a potential partner. Well, that definitely makes sense.
Yeah, so Anthropic wants to partner with Samsung, very likely, and make their own chips. So that's why semis are getting decimated pretty much. Seeing the ADL taper out, which is a little bullish so far. I'm just hoping dealers give us that mean reversion to the upside. If we could see buying in Micron, then a lot of the selling weight will be lifted. Tacked on one 745 call. Being very, very cautious not to, revenge trade this. Just going to be very patient for our upside here. Starting to see some buying out of Micron. Now, let me go ahead and check the SPY gamma again, just to make sure nothing crazy has shifted. Nope, the call and put wall still at the 745. You know, at this point, I'm going to cut my 747s and put those into 745s. Because if we're actually going to get our upside now, I want to actually catch it and not have it be too far out of range. So, going to cut those with a loss. It is fine. I'm going to add to the 745s. So I'm going to mark this
another call entry. This was a failed call entry. Failed call entry, but we're still holding it, so I'll mark that as orange. So we are looking for the upper Bollinger on these calls. Oops. Now I am going to have to go in about 15 minutes because I do need to pick my daughter up. But I am going to be basically holding these calls until we get our upside today, unless we just absolutely start dumping downward. Again, I really don't want to break below the 740.37 again. I think that'd be very bad for our positions. So if that happens, I'm just going to cut the calls for a loss and take the L. But only if we push down to that 740.37. If not, then there's still a very strong case that we head above the 745 today. Starting to see a little bit of rounding here. So we can form potentially that bullish cup. On QQQ, potentially starting to form inverse head and shoulders here. We've been basically holding above that call or above that put wall on QQQ, so we pushed down, but since that push down, pulled right above it and just been chopping right above that range. Oh, I don't have that many calls. No, no, no. So the contracts that I have is I had 8 of the 747s. I cut those out because at this point with the day, I really don't want to be trying to aim too much higher than the upper Bollinger. But I do see the case for pushing upward still. Okay, I still see the case for
that higher 746 range. So what I did was I cut my 747s and I bought 745s with those and added to the 746 with just two contracts. So I currently have four of the 745 calls and four of the 746 calls. Ideally, I'm really looking for, let me get the number correct, this 746.71, okay? Because if we can get that, that creates a bullish cup. So I think it's very feasible, but this needs to not turn into a head and shoulders on us because that would be bearish. So let's see that not happen. Because again, we have, and the SPY and semis are sitting kind of in the same shoes right now, where the call and put wall are right on top of each other. So either the market, and by the market I mean the dealers, they're going to force the position underneath the put wall to be able to sell high IV puts and then very likely towards the end of the day pull it right above it. Or, vice versa. They sell these puts, start pulling up, selling calls, and then pull right below that level. Basically, the most prime way they can get it to where they're gonna um, not have to have a lot of their contracts exercised. I should check the max pain for today. That's what I should check. Give me 1 second. So yeah, the max pain for today is at 745. That's on both the call and put side. So it would make a lot of sense for them to close right at that range, which means that we would get our bullish upside. Okay. So there's a lot of signals kind of telling us that we should get our upside, even with all this persistent selling. Um, the HIG is still holding somewhat strong. It's a little weak right now, so it's at 79.70. It was, for reference, all the way up to 79, 79.79, excuse me. Our volatility is at 88.92. Okay, so this has still been slowly ticking down throughout the day. So still not seeing a lot of dealer hedging. If dealers were really worried about this downside, I think we'd be seeing the volatility picking up pretty greatly. But we're not seeing that right now. So I think our case for the upside here is actually still pretty solid. These ACN calls are up 327%.
Volatility still ticking downward, 88, 86. I have 150s as well. So my 150s, and I have two different dates on them. So I have just a single 150 for September 18th. That's currently up 107%. And then my 150s for July 17th are up 134%. No, I think ACN is going to be a really good quality trade for everybody. Yeah, and those should very likely hit. Their earnings were actually really good. I read them over, and basically this massive dip to the 118, um, I feel was pretty unwarranted. You know, the price went all the way from 160 to 125 within a single session. So for me, that's conviction to buy the dip on that. It'll probably do a lot more than that, Jin, if they go to in the money. These contracts have a ton of IV in them. I bought the 150 calls for July at 0.46 per. Basically, as the price starts rising, a lot of people will be lining up to buy calls. People jumping into calls will increase the IV. Now remember, if we do push down to this 740.37 again, I'm just going to cut my calls and call it a day.
Now I'm here for another about 5 to 8 minutes. So if anyone has any questions about anything, now is a really great time. But if not, then I will see you guys in Sunday's video or on Monday next week. And overall, I had a pretty good trading week. Um, Again, the challenge portfolio, I kind of melted last Monday, so have pulled it back up. Um, from that 2800, it's currently back at 4200, almost 43. So I am happy about that. Not happy that I nuked it last week, but you know, we we move forward. But next week we'll set up some dated contracts that should be running well and everything else. So we'll make up our losses and get back into the profit. Not worried about that. If Micron doesn't catch support pretty much immediately, then I'm going to cut these calls. But so far it's catching a little support here. Still a little too soon to say, because it can break down very quickly. Again, it is down over $100 today. The funny thing will be is that I'm going to end up cutting these calls and then going to go pick up my daughter and then um, watch the market just rally after that. That'd be good for you guys. That'd be good for everybody else. But hopefully it doesn't get to that point. I would really like to not have to cut these calls. Did add a couple more contracts to my September 18th 58 strike FXY calls. We've been seeing the Bank of Japan slowly starting to buy back the yen, which is exactly what we need to see that run. So, hasn't gotten there yet, but we're starting to see signals of it. Last night they did an intervention from the 160 all the way down to the 160.60. So I do kind of anticipate them stepping in a lot further. Yeah, keep the plug calls going. No, they don't look great right now, but I still think the potential for July to be a bullish month is definitely there. And because July is usually a bullish month, that means a lot of these tech calls and whatnot can definitely gain some major weight. So I don't want to discount them just yet. Now, I want to look at TLT really quick. Now, I'm not going to suggest this position just yet, but I am going to be taking a TLT long call for September 30th. So that cost me 143. Okay, everybody, I have to go, so I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope that while I'm driving that the market decides to push upward. Um, just be careful, okay? Be careful holding these calls too much longer. If we push down to that 740.37 again, I truly would just cut the calls and be out on the day. Um, but again, I'm still looking for above this 745. And I think that if we can see buying out of Micron, buying out of QQQ, out of semiconductors, then we can push that level. It's the September 30th 86 strike call. And I'll make sure to get my document updated today so everybody can see what positions I got going or not. So, okay, I gotta go. Unfortunately, I can't stay any longer. Even though I want to. I really want these calls to work out and not burn us. Um, I hate days like this, but with that said, I had a very great week overall. I hope everyone else did as well. And next week we will also pick it up and have a great week. So I look forward to seeing you all either in Sunday, in the video on Sunday, or in the stream on Monday morning. Or if you're going to the class tonight, then I'll see you in the class tonight. So have a good day, everybody. And I do apologize for these calls, but you understand why I took them. Um, I think the thesis was there. We were seeing some of the signals. As you can see in each one of those ranges, we did have a small bounce. Right here, we had a small bounce, just not the bounce we wanted. We wanted up to the 20 MA, did not get it. Wanted up to the 20 MA, did not get it. So, just kind of some of the woes of 0DT trading. But with that said, have a great day, everybody. I will talk to you in the next one. Take care and have a good weekend.